Not turn a blind eye to what Russia is doing because it's tragic. Our historical duty is to stand up for the victims of the past and indeed the future. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Brandstetter for 1.5 minutes, please.
Thank you, dear President. Dear colleagues, for years already, Putin is waging a war against us Europeans in different ways, with obvious lies, like his essay a year before the full-scale occupation of Ukraine, that there was no Ukrainian nation existing. And he complained that we do not see how great the Soviet Union was, and he always said there are no borders for the Ruski Mir. All this was no accident. His tactic was hybrid warfare, taking land by force and taking people's mind by lies. This strategy was paying off here in the European Union, very often with right-wing extremists. So I really wonder, there was a colleague from the Patriots who also sees how terrible Putin is. So some people are learning, and I'm very happy about that. It's not the same case in Austria. They still love Putin and say everything is fine what he is doing. But we have to stand up against him. And that's the reason why I really call on the Commission. We have to do something. Kaja Kallas explained how we defend ourselves against misinformation, but we have to do information. I've been a correspondent for a long time in Germany, also in East Germany. The East Germans, they wanted another regime another government, because they saw it from Western television, that life there was better, rule of law was better, and so on and so forth. We have to explain to the Russians what rule of law means. We have to explain to them what democracy means, not disinformation. We have to give them information, also by the internet, by all the means we have, and then they have a problem. Putin has a problem, but not we anymore. Thanks very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Lagodinsky for 1.5 minutes, please.
Das Wort Desinformation.
The word misinformation comes from Russian. The KGB said that disinformation was an active measure. Today we see a renaissance of this active measure. For 2 decades, history is part of this attack. There is a parallel universe, a historical parallel universe invented by Putin. There was no division of Poland. There was no handing of the Baltic states to Russia. And something that Molotov-Ribbentrop was a cocktail. And some say that there's no deportation of Chechens, Russian Germans, or Tatars. And they say that 2 Jews are in power in Kiev right now, and that Nazism emanates from Kiev. All of this pushes back against the truth. This year, there were 1,400 pro-Russian accounts on X. They managed to reach out to 4.5 million users. This is the future made by Putin. We have to be armed against this future. We must be resilient against this in technological terms, but it's also about our attitude, our stance. For those reasons, we must tell the real truth. And we will do that in coming meetings in Strasbourg, in the form of our resolutions as well. Dear colleagues, let's get down to work and roll up our sleeves.
Next speaker is Ms. Demirel for 1 minute, please.
Dankeschön. Thank you, President. Truth dies first in times of war. That is true for all wars, with no exceptions. It applies to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, any European aggression in the past. Facts are weaponized to legitimize action and convince people to support warfare. Ladies and gentlemen, wars are nothing more than barbaric action. That is the truth, and misinformation is being used in Russia. That is used elsewhere too. You push back against any reference to NATO in this war. What was part of the run-up to the war? The behaviour of NATO, Russia, the US, the eastward expansion of NATO. Ladies and gentlemen, that statement does not legitimise Russia's invasion, but it helps to talk about the background so that we can find a solution. Please do not doubt this. Interruption.
The next speaker is Mr. Stoyanov for 1 minute, please. Remember, 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. For nearly 2 years, we witnessed destruction in a fratricidal war in Ukraine. It caused suffering for people in Europe, but it also showed the impotence of EU diplomacy to propose a peaceful solution. The main objective should be peace. Disinformation, lies, historical falsifications on both sides will not help. They are damaging, and more people will die. Entire generations will be destroyed. Regardless of the resolutions we adopt here, the EU should act as a peace force instead of focusing on disinformation in times of war. We should seek a diplomatic solution. This is the most important military conflict after World War II in Europe, with consequences that cannot be predicted. Let's concentrate on giving peace a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the end of the round of political speakers, and I will now open up for the blue card opportunity if you'd like to use that. And the next speaker is Mr. Halicki for 1.5 minutes, please.
Dziękuję, szanowna pani przewodnicząca.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you for raising this group, and the group memory has done a lot of good. It is our duty, those of us who have responsibilities for keeping peace also have responsibilities for keeping our identity. Putin is using history like a military division. Sergei Lagodinsky referred to a very important date. When did the Ukraine conflict begin? 2022? Annexation of Crimea, 2014? No, 2010. There was a strategy introduced with Yanukovych. You may remember there was a conference going on for many hours talking about temporary episodes such as the history of Ukraine, a country with no culture, no identity. You remember that? That was the first act in this war of aggression. And a lot of politicians wanted to do business with Putin back then. There was a partnership for development which was launched at that time. What was our response back then? What did we do back then? How did we react? We need to be ready. Putin signed a military agreement with Lukashenko, an agreement between the secret services, and there's an identical narrative there, 80 years since the end of the First World War, since the end of the Third Reich. We shouldn't be manipulated by these lies.
The next speaker is Ms. Fritzon for 1.5 minutes, please.
Tack, fru talman. Ja, Rysslands krig.
Thank you very much, President. Russia's war against Ukraine is not just a brutal attack on a sovereign nation and people. No, it is also an attack on the very truth, because disinformation and historical falsification are methods used by Russia to justify its terrible war, and it's an attempt to cleave Europe in two. But we won't have the wool pulled over our eyes. History is clear. The Ukrainians have a right to freedom and self-determination. That is clear. Russian propaganda is not just a danger to Ukraine, but it also undermines our European values. and the very bedrock on which democracy is built. Tackling these lies is paramount if we're going to protect our joint future. We as Social Democrats are standing side by side with Ukraine in humanitarian terms, military terms, and in economic terms. We are willing and ready to fight against disinformation every day. The truth is the strongest weapon in our armory, the best way to defend democracy. Here we are sending a clear signal, a clear message, a message of freedom, justice, and of liberty. And that will always win out against falsification and mistruths. History has shown that there will be a day when Ukraine is free and we will have true peace in Europe again.
The next speaker is Mr. Hirauta Vidal for 1.5 minutes, please.
Muchas gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Every time you have a war of aggression, you hear excuses and pseudo-justifications drawn from history, or supposedly drawn from history. But it always turns out, and no surprise that it should turn out in this case of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, it turns out to be a blatant manipulation, oversimplification of history, and taking advantage of people's ignorance.
There's a problem with the translation. The German the German one, is it okay now? Yes, you have to start again. Is it okay now?
No problem.
Thank you. Thanks. The floor is yours. No, well, maybe.
Gracias. Lo que estaba diciendo.
As I was saying, whenever there's a war of aggression, then you have some kind of justification or excuse or several excuses supposedly drawn from history. When people attack others, they always say, oh, no, this is just because of some historical offence, and it usually turns out to be a simplification or indeed a blatant lie, and they're just taking advantage of people's ignorance because not everyone is an expert historian. They take advantage of that mass ignorance and they peddle the most blatant lies. But there aren't only just total barefaced flagrant lies. There is also hiding parts of history, being selective about what you choose from history and how you interpret history. In the case of Russia, we have a gross manipulation by an aggressor against a country that has wanted to be free and be part of the free world. But to tell the full truth, we have to say that countries which are supposedly democratic can also abuse history, and I'm afraid that has happened in my own country, Spain. Law of historical memory has simplified and distorted the civil war, and the Catalan separatists, with the support of Russia, have peddled that lie.
Next speaker is Mr. Feriga for 1.5 minutes. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, the Baltic states know very well what is the new world order brought by the Lenins and Stalins. That order came with the stinking food traps, chaos, famine, and the Holodomor in Ukraine. The new nation builders drowned millions in blood, exiled millions, and tried to create a new reality for the rest by falsifying history, trying to destroy language and faith. Now, Putin, rolling in the luxury of the so-called rotten Western world, having taken over the ideas, is trying to redraw the map of the world and decide single-handedly who was, is, and can be. Putin, a former KGB colonel, knows very well why false narratives need to be spread. He knows very well that information and ideological warfare is as important as physical warfare. Putin is trying to convince the Russian public that he is fighting fascism in Ukraine, when the real spreader of Russo-fascism is himself. The annihilation of the Ukrainian people and the destruction of civilian infrastructure, which he has ordered, has no justification. The order they bring leaves ruins, scorched earth, and murdered people. All this is justified with cheap historical and ideological speculation. Such manipulations must not be allowed to succeed in the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Strack-Zimmermann for 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much, Frau Präsidentin, meine Damen und
President, ladies and gentlemen, what we are witnessing in Ukraine is a battleground similar to World War I. We're seeing hybrid attacks and drones deployed. Some 400 million people will struggle as a result of hunger. We are seeing fake news also. An attempt to sway opinion. This is a tragedy. History is being misused. We saw that in Germany too. It is unbelievable. It is equally unbelievable that here in the European Parliament, in the greatest peace project in the world, we hear from people like Ms. Demirel recounting their tales here and on social media. We must keep a careful eye on development. We must remain vigilant. We need to guard against influencing of young people via social media. This must stop. Thank you.
Oh, you're not. Please, quiet, please, colleagues. Respect each other's speaking time. And the next speaker is Mr. Sinkiewicz for 1 minute, please.
Dear colleagues, the Kremlin is waging a war not only on Ukrainian soil, but also on the very fabric of reality itself. As a Lithuanian, I know what it means to stand on the front line of history. We endured Soviet occupation, where lies rewrote textbooks, dissent was silenced, and truth was treated as a threat. We have seen how disinformation divides families, erodes trust, and weakens nations. Today's Russia's disinformation machine is more precise, more powerful, and even more dangerous. From spreading false denazification narrative to exploiting social media platforms like TikTok, the Kremlin floods our societies with manipulated stories seeking to divide Europe and discredit Ukraine. We need stricter transparency for political advertising, and we must hold platforms accountable when profit-driven algorithms amplify hatred and lies over truth. We must fight for a world where fact, not fiction, shape our shared reality. The future of Ukraine, the stability of Europe, and the health of our global democracy depend on it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Della Valle for 1 minute, please.
Grazie. Da febbraio 2020.
Thank you. Since February 2022, we've been immersed in a war of propaganda. We all agree that it's not only a war in the battlefield, but there is disinformation that has been deployed, because we all know truth is the first victim of war. And we also have to be brave enough to say that on our side, on the democratic side, very often there is a battle of historical revisionism, and we have to be extremely careful there. We shouldn't distort 20th century history. The Soviet Union, not just Russia, did lose 20 million sons fighting Nazism. It would have been impossible to fight the Nazis without them. We now have sacrifices of Ukrainians, and we have this hopeless war. It appears hopeless at present because of these phantoms of the Cold War hanging over us that lead some to say that we should still have this fratricide. There was the massacre of the Poles in eastern Gorizia, and we still need to think for a moment before saying sanctions, sending weapons, even sending troops.
Close your microphone. Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Bistron for 2.5 minutes, please.
Liebe Kollegen, Sie haben hier schon.
Colleagues, 2 years ago you banned Russia Today. 2 years later, we're still talking about Russian propaganda. handicaps because you always shore this issue up. Who do you think you are? We see what you're doing. Your own propaganda. The best example of this year is Voice of Europe. Exiled Ukrainians in Prague, a handful of them, working on this website. And apparently, they're going to influence the whole of the EU. Voice of Europe. It was not Voice of Europe, but the campaign against Voice of Europe that influenced everything. You, Ms. Strack-Zimmermann, you want war. You want to deliver further weapons. You defame everyone who is an obstacle in your way. You say that they are an agent, an obstacle, an agent of Russia, of Moscow. And who are the true foreign powers? Everyone knows that the European media has been secretly financed by the US for years. That includes Süddeutsche Zeitung, Le Monde, Guardian, El País, Republica, and all of them are all belong to the OCCRP network. Since it was founded, this network has received 47 million euros of funding. We don't know who is providing this funding. It's all hushed up. And no inquiries into US affairs may happen. And for years, there has been illegal provision of information. And there has been defamation against people for years. Illegal wars have been justified and elections have been manipulated. And you dare to talk about these Russian websites and a few bots on TikTok? Right. Let's look at the content, the so-called dangerous content that you have censored. Voice of Europe pointed out corruption of the Zelensky regime. And what was the most viewed contribution on Russia Today in Germany? A video on the hate that was carried out in Chemnitz, and that is covered up. You are afraid of the truth.
I don't accept that. I have a blue card.
With pleasure.
Please, Mr.
Dear Mr. Bistron, I know that you visited Lithuania 2022 and of November or something like that, and then disappeared for 1 week to Belarus. Could you tell us what kind of instructions did you get from there to speak here about Russia, like говорит Москва?
Mr. Bistron.
Frau Jungnevičienė, wissen Sie aus...
Madam, you're spreading fake news too. I am the foreign spokesperson for the AfD in the National Parliament, and it was an official trip to Belarus. It wasn't a week-long trip, it was just a 3-day trip. That is the truth.
Ja.
Thank you.
Und wenn Sie korrektiv glauben, dann sitzen Sie eben Fake News auf.
Well, if you believe that, then you're reading fake news. Then you are part of the propaganda machine. Don't close your eyes. Look at the actual truth.
No more blue card to Mr. Bistron, so we will keep on, and I will give the floor. Please, colleagues, please do not shout in the chamber. And I will give the floor. Next speaker will be Mr. Siepe for 1 minute. Please.
Ich habe auch eine Frage an den Kollegen Bistron.
I have a question for Mr. Bistron. Could you change €200, break it down for me? I have to refuel. Honourable members, Russia is using violence in Russia, but it is also attacking the truth, waging a war of disinformation. Putin claims that Ukraine is not a nation, not a separate identity. The facts prove this is untrue. Ukraine is older than modern-day Russia, stems from Kievan Rus. Russia has lost 300,000 soldiers and pumped millions into the Ukraine war without breaking the will of the Ukrainian people. Those are the facts that Putin seeks to suppress. Those are the facts that we can use to stand firm against this aggressor. Honourable members, raise your voices. Let us work together to fight disinformation. Slava Ukraina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zieper. The next speaker is Mr. Gahler.
President, colleagues, normally one cannot change history because what happened just happened. And still it is typical for all kinds of dictatorships and autocratic rule, not only Russia, to instrumentalize a selective or distorted presentation of the past to justify today's aggressions. I stand here as a German, and I feel free to accuse today's Russia of what it is, an utterly Stalinist and, yes, fascist dictatorship. But that is possible only because we have told the truth about the darkest part of our national history, partly being committed on today's territory of Ukraine. Nothing to be relativated, never again to be repeated by Germany, and never again to be accepted by anyone against anyone. Putin's July 2021 essay about the historic unity of Russians and Ukrainians deprives Ukrainians of their identity, pretending it was about one people, one empire, one language, one church. It was the attempt to thereby justify the Heim ins Reich, the back to the empire policy. As democracies, we must have the strength to counter that. As Democrats, we must call a spade a spade. We must expose those who are in the service of the dictator because they suffer from a Führer withdrawal syndrome, from a Führerentzugserscheinungen, and have learned nothing from history. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Michael Gahler.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gahler. The next speaker is Adam Bilan.
We know that Russia's disinformation is not limited to its own borders. It is a global weapon of chaos and manipulation. By twisting facts, faking reputable resources, and meddling in elections, Putin aims to sow discord, undermine our unity, and pressure us into abandoning Ukraine. We have yet another recent example. During last year's parliamentary elections in Poland, Russian actors attempted to harm Law and Justice Party by sending hundreds of thousands of text messages to Polish citizens designed to ridicule and discredit the party, ultimately aimed at eroding its public support and help the authors of the reset policy towards Putin, who are now in power. Let us be clear today. Russia's war against Ukraine is not grounded in legitimate self-defense or historical claims, but in propaganda that blurs the lines between aggressor and victim while rewriting centuries of Ukrainian history. Madam Vice President, the expectations are high. We urge you to outline the next initiatives to bolster our common defence and partnership with NATO, ensuring the safety of our citizens.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dan Barna.
Thank you, Madam President. I will speak Romanian. Când vorbim de Vladimir Putin,
when we talk about Vladimir Putin, the historical truth is the following. We are being confronted with a severe threat to the international order and to democratic principles. Russia falsified history in order to justify its aggression against independent countries, its hybrid wars. This dangerous reinterpretation of history is a calculated strategy used to undermine our societies. By falsifying history, Russia wants to justify its action and to combat the sovereignty of nations. And this leads the way to other potential aggressions by creating a very dangerous environment for other countries as well. We need to fight all these attempts. Keeping the integrity of historical truth is essential in order to keep peace and stability in our world. The international community needs to be united in condemning these actions. And for Vladimir Putin, I only have one message. History will remember you as a bloody dictator. No matter how much you're trying to justify your actions, history will tell the truth. Thank you.
The next speaker is Nela Riel.
Sigma Boy. Do you know Sigma Boy?
If you're an 11-year-old girl in, for example, Germany or even Ukraine, you probably do. Sigma Boy is a viral Russian trope used on social media that communicates patriarchal and pro-Russian worldviews. It's most popular with young teenagers and only one example of Russian infiltration of popular discourse through social media. Russia has understood how to embed these ideas in a society, target young Ukrainians on their phones, change their stories of Ukrainians telling their own society. Last week, the Ukraine's Minister of Culture pointed out to me that cultural heritage does not only include history books and also museums, but the Ukrainian language, music, and also current Ukrainian influencers. Russia targets this all. Here, the EU must stand in strong support and target even these subtle infiltrations and falsifications. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Riel.
Thank you very much.
Neuhoff.
Kolleginnen und
Dear colleagues, well, one's own body odour is like propaganda. We don't notice it. So, Russia spreads its propaganda, we spread our propaganda. That's the world. Now, we in this parliament are saying that we will support Ukraine until it wins. Then we are misleading the European people. The truth is that Ukraine has its back against the wall in military terms. Ukraine will not win this war. What we're hearing is not disinformation. It is the hard truth, even if it breaks your illusions, even yours, Mr. Gala. Solving the Ukraine crisis will not be submitting to Russian imperialism, as the High Representative said. No. What has led to this conflict is the extension of NATO to the West, and if you deny that, you are spreading mistruths.
Sandra Kalniete has the floor now.
Colleagues, 20 years have passed since the EU accession of countries whose population had suffered under the communist regime imposed by the Soviet Union. It is unbelievable that events displaying Soviet regime symbols can be organized at the EU Parliament premises. I can imagine the outcry if a poster with a swastika and Hitler's portrait were put on show in our corridors. But Lenin with a hammer and sickle appears to be an internal matter of the communist group. This is totally unacceptable. In Europe, the use of the symbols of both totalitarian regimes ought to be banned. Historical facts must not be manipulated, as most tragically demonstrates Putin's invasion in Ukraine. I remind you that 3,954 days, or more than 10 years, have passed since the beginning of the war. Russia's aggressive revanchism can only be stopped if it suffers a defeat in the unjust war against Ukraine. U.S. Congress recently passed the crucial Communism Teaching Act. Its purpose is to develop civic resilience against hostile ideologies. Unfortunately, Europe has still a lot to do in order to deepen understanding of the complex history of the 20th century. The truth about atrocities had to be taught.
Next speaker is Veronika Vrečonova.
S ruskou agresí vůči Ukrajině je spojena řada.
The Russian aggression has been subject to all kinds of ahistorical disinformation. In the Czech Republic, we were faced with extraordinary fake news. Pro-Russia propagandists said we should be thankful to Russia and understand its policy in Ukraine because it is Russia that liberated us in 1945 from Nazi occupation. That was the line of reasoning. And then they said that in '68, the Russian tanks which repressed the Prague Spring was the fault of Ukrainians. An independent Ukraine didn't exist at the time, but that appeared not to bother them, and they insisted that it was actually the Soviet army that was absolutely full of Ukrainians. That the Soviet authorities and military were absolutely stuffed with Ukrainians. It's absurd, and we should fight this historical revisionism.
Dear colleagues, Russia's war of aggression is not only brutal attacks against civilians. It has ideological background, often called the Russian world concept. It rather deserves to be named Russo-fascism or Russo-Nazism. This ideology can be traced back to Russia's glorification of the Soviet crimes of aggression, genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. I recall that the occupation of the Baltic states is justified by Russia with the same arguments as Nazis attempted to use at the Nuremberg trial for the seizure of Austria or Czechoslovakia. Just as Hitler, Putin proclaims the aim to take all the so-called Russian-speaking lands, while at the same time denying the right to existence of entire nations. Russo-fascism is built on disinformation and falsification of history, when aggression, extermination of people, torture, and rape are called liberation. War of aggression against Ukraine is the best demonstration of this manipulation. We must respond to the appeal of the Ukrainian parliament by condemning Russo-fascism as totalitarian and misanthropic ideology. Like Nazism in Nuremberg, it must also be proclaimed illegal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Willy Søvne.
Thank you. I'll speak in Danish. Historisk set har det altid været propagandaens.
Historically speaking, we've always seen propaganda. It has always been used as a weapon. If statements are repeated, they become bedded down and seen as truth. Lies are being spread. Days before his invasion of Ukraine, Putin lied, claimed that he was not seeking war. He has not been consistent in his dealings with his own people and the world at large. His propaganda machine is running full throttle. We talked about disinformation this morning, and we talked about Syria. We know that his lies are being spread. Thankfully, we have a majority here in this House that are not willing to play this game. We need to fight for what we hold dear: democracy, free from manipulation and threat, free media. That is in our shared interest. Thank you.
Уважаеми колеги,
colleagues, disinformation about the war in Ukraine is huge, and it comes mostly from the Western power centers, including this parliament. Exposing Western lies goes through the clear statement of the following facts. An independent Ukrainian state was first established as late as 1991, and ever since, the collective West has been doing everything within its power to turn Ukraine into its anti-Russian puppet. Let's recall Victoria Nuland, in fact, the EU, and her admission that billions were being poured into Ukraine to this end. Zbezhinsky, in his book The Grand Chessboard, wrote that to weaken Russia, it is essential to sever its ties with Ukraine. The last thing Western leaders care about is Ukraine's democracy, freedom, and prosperity. This country matters to them only as a means to wage their war against Russia. The West organized the coup in Ukraine in 2014. It was again the West that forbade Ukraine to conclude a peace agreement with Russia at the start of the war. Therefore, the West bears the greatest blame for the current Ukrainian tragedy. Благодаря. Andrei Kuvat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, as we could hear, the voice of Moscow is propagated in this chamber as well. National Socialists and Communists justified the deportation and mass murders with a manipulative presentation of historical facts. Unfortunately, this practice continues today. The Kremlin regime tries to justify its war with the shameless lie that they're combating Nazism. The Kremlin regime is waging a war on the battlefields, but also an information war for the hearts and soul of every European. It is very cynical that the defendants of the Kremlin in this parliament are posing as defendants of peace. The falsification of history creates prerequisites for hatred between neighbors. We could see the relations in the relations with Serbia and North Macedonia and the role of Moscow. The objective presentation of history based on original sources is very important to develop a strong immune system against disinformation. Symbols of communist dictatorship personalities and people have no place in democratic societies. This is why we need a legislation on a European and national level to put these symbols in the museums and to include the propaganda and objects in the museums. We should not allow the manipulation to be promoted. It threatens the security of Ukraine, but also human rights and democracy.
Dear colleague, I think you raised one important point, and this is the cynicism that derives from the fact that especially those who are defending the Kremlin are also defending this regime. So I think this is very important for the people outside this house. Maybe you could elaborate a little more about this. I would be interested to hear your take on that.
Thank you very much, colleague. Yes, I was always surprised how these peacemakers, as they say, and looking for diplomatic solution of the aggression against Ukraine from Russia, are protesting in front of European institutions, in front of national parliaments, in front of national governments, and not in front of the embassy of the Russian Federation, which is the source of the aggression against Ukraine. So we all are for peace, for justice, peace in Ukraine, and that means the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of this country need to be restored. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now the next speaker is Richard Scholz.
Dear colleagues, Russia's practice of rewriting history is nothing new. Moscow keeps organizing fireworks to celebrate the liberation of the capital cities of the Baltics. It denies the occupation of the Baltic states and propagates lies about our past. Now this false narrative machinery is serving an even more cynical purpose to justify the war of aggression against Ukraine. The facts are clear. Russia is robbing, terrorizing and killing Ukrainian civilians, deporting and abducting children and women. It repeats the crimes of the 20th century and, if left unpunished, these will again be celebrated in the future with fireworks. Falsification of history is a tool with which the Kremlin hopes to ensure the continuation of impunity. The distortion of historical facts, including the banning of the organization Memorial in Russia, serves to erase the traces of crimes and to justify new atrocities. We need to build a collective, unified European memory, being fully aware of the atrocities committed by the totalitarian regimes, and also being aware of the way in which they have deformed our societies. And what illustrates best the need for such a collective memory? The fact that Lenin's ghost roams the corridors of the European Parliament, together with the communists of Europe, and it still does. And to conclude, if we talk about history, there is one thing that is clear, crystal clear, and I wish that we all go towards a solution where Russia is small again. Make Russia small again. Thank you.
Bosco.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Panie Przewodniczący.
Thank you, President. For centuries, Russia has shown how it built its empire on lies and manipulation. That was true in the times of the Tsar, the Soviets, and now Putin's pseudo-democracy. Control the military, control the minds of its citizens. In recent years, we've seen Putin seeking to extend this control beyond the borders of his own country. The lie about Russia's greatness and its eternal power is repeated again and again to hide its barbaric methods. At Katyn, the Soviet army murdered thousands of Polish officers and intelligentsia. Stalin claimed that Russians knew nothing about this. Mikhail Gorbachev revealed the truth much later. Today, Ukraine is going through the Russian steamroller of history, Russian disinformation, fake news, falsification of history, a strategy aimed at erasing Ukrainian national identity. Putin must be held accountable for his lies. We need sanctions, sanctions, and more sanctions, effective sanctions.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Dear colleagues, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has killed and injured tens of thousands of Ukrainian people. But according to Putin's understanding of history, there is no Ukraine. There are no Ukrainian people. Denying the very existence of Ukraine is not a new concept for Putin. He told George W. Bush at the NATO Bucharest Summit 2008, and I quote, "George, you have to understand Ukraine is even not a country." Russia has used falsification of history not only against Ukraine, but it is deeply rooted in the educational system, state-controlled media, and with that in the society as a whole. It is no secret that Russia denies the fact that the Baltic states were occupied by the Soviet Union in 1940. According to the official narrative, the three countries joined the Soviet Union voluntarily. It is the duty of this House to remind the European people that we cannot accept Russian attempts to rewrite the history, and we stand united against it. And therefore, it is also inevitable to treat the crimes of communist regimes equally to those of Nazi and fascist regimes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Michal Dworczyk.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Szanowni Państwo.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, historical falsification is a known Russian tactic. Before the invasion of Ukraine, Putin was spreading lies to justify the invasion in advance. It was the first act of war. It was the first weapon which was used. Historical falsification. Putin also tends to downplay the Soviet role in the 1939 attack on Poland. He still calls it a liberation. We have to fight for truth. That is our historical obligation too. We have to speak up for the victims not only of Russia but of any totalitarian regime. And for that reason, I believe that a monument to the victims of totalitarianism in the 20th century is a worthwhile project, and I call on the Commission to advance it. We need lasting peace in Europe, a fair peace for Ukraine, based on truth.
Puheenjohtaja, sanotaan, että historiaa kirjoittavat
President, we hear that the winners of history write it to strengthen themselves. And then we see the mobilization of resources to defend oneself. But you also need facts about the past and enemies and their goals. Now, Russia is not a winner. Russia can try to suppress others. And Russia can try to mix up the past. These are the goals of Russia, but do we have the resources? We don't have the resources to defend ourselves. Russia is very adept, and Russia is very skilled in what it does, very good at muddying the waters. We, in my native Finland, see what we're becoming increasingly nostalgic. Finlandization is seen as a useful tool, and this is, and we see manipulation by Russia, but Finnish people know that that's dangerous.
Na wschodzie bez zmian Sowieci
This is nothing new. Soviets lied, and there are still lies today. The liberation in the 40s for Eastern Europe was no true liberation. Hitler was replaced by a Stalin rule of terror. We need to state the truth. Russian imperialism is built on that lie. Lambinovice, Metsovice, Radjonkova, Radchiko. There are so many small towns where the Russian army carried out crimes, murdered, raped, plundered. This all happened 80 years ago. This was a true tragedy, and we are seeing history repeat itself today in Ukraine. Today's Red Army is doing the same, murdering, raping and deporting. History is being falsified by the Russians. The victims of past crimes were condemned to be forgotten. All victims of the Soviet Union deserve justice, and they must be commemorated. Thank you.
The next speaker is Francisco José Miamón.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. When faced with Russian propaganda, we have to insist on the fact that the invasion of Ukraine is illegal, unjustified, a threat to security in Europe, and it undermines the Helsinki Agreement's Charter of Paris and of Budapest. It is a flagrant violation of international law, non-use of force, which all of the international community accepted after the Second World War. RT and other unofficial channels and social media want to give us
because the translation cannot follow.
I'll do it. Decía que la propaganda rusa.
As I was saying, Russian propaganda uses media such as RT, embassies, unofficial channels and social media to give a false version of the reasons for invading Ukraine. At the same time, they want to divide and polarize our societies. Their aim is to distort reality, sow confusion, insecurity, and even fear in Western countries. We need to be very active to counteract that. The European External Action Service, EU delegations, EU member states, embassies need to play an intelligent role in attempting to combat this indifference that many people have towards Russian interference, and some people don't even understand what is happening, particularly in the global south. So sanctions approved by Council for some disinformation actors in Council yesterday to conclude. We need to combat disinformation from Russia, and we also need to ensure that they cannot avoid the impact of sanctions.
Hvala predsjednice, kolegice I kolege.
Thank you, President. John Walker, wrote in The Guardian in 2018, and he wrote a book describing Putin's manipulation of history in 1945. He wanted Russia to forget 1989, the fall of the Berlin Wall, the fall of the Soviet Union. Falsification of history is a clear sign of an autocratic regime, often a precursor to military invasion. They are looking to link this to the fight against Nazis, use that as a justification to start a fresh war. That is what Milosevic did. That has caused so much pain in Kosovo, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and people are very sensitive to such repeated attacks. The narrative promoted by Russia is something that Europe must stand firmly against. Europe must defend freedom, liberation, democracy. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
President, colleagues, disinformation has always been a weapon. Today it's part of cyber warfare. The internet is a natural battleground for modern armies. Some EU member states have cyber military units. France boasts a cyber commandment, and this is a strategic weapon. It can change the nature of a conflict, international ties, or even an election. So Putin falsifies history and twists truth to justify his war. But that's not the scandal. The scandal is that we failed to act. The scandal is that we are not trying to really understand what's going on and crossing our information. Why don't we know more about INCEN, which is the EU information agency, which is fed by national information agencies? If we understood what's happening better, would be able to act more efficiently. The fact is we don't have a counter-narrative. Where is our war of influence? What tools are we using? We don't have our own strong and sovereign social media. That ought to be our priority to protect our democracy. Thank you.
Reinhold Lopatka.
Dear colleagues, Russia's action in Ukraine demonstrate how disinformation can be weaponized to justify aggression. By distorting history, Moscow frames its invasion as legitimate, falsely asserting that Ukraine is not a sovereign nation, as it was mentioned before by my colleagues. These tactics also aim to divide Europe and the Western world. The Kremlin state-controlled media spreads false narratives and create divisions among EU member states and among the Euro-Atlantic allies in order to weaken and also to make us in a way weaker, that our cooperation, our unity is not as strong enough. This manipulation also extends globally, depicting the West as the aggressor and Russia as the victim. The EU and the member states must actively counter these false narratives by promoting accurate historical accounts from reputable sources and based on verified facts. We must also seek accountability for Russia's actions. Disinformation is part of a broader campaign of aggression. Holding Russia accountable means addressing both its crimes and information warfare that supports them. Ultimately, truth is the strongest ally of Ukraine. By combating disinformation, we defend our principles of democracy, human rights, and the international rule-based order.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Michal Szczerba.
Szanowna Pani Przewodnicząca.
Madam President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, this war has been going on for more than 1,000 days. The lies and the attempts at justifying the invasion and the terrorist acts by Putin have actually been around for longer. Historical falsification, the lies about protecting Russian-speaking territories, the need for a special military operation, all of these lies have been around for much longer. Full-scale war has led to mass murder, rape, schools and hospitals being bombed, an absurd narrative about security or protection. This absurd idea that it's to do with NATO expansion. According to that kind of comparison, Russia goes to war because everyone else is declaring war on Russia. That Kyiv is dangerous somehow. We couldn't let them just act. And there's also all these troll farms online. We have to actually combat all of the narrative of lies.
President, Commissioner, history is also about collective memory, and we have to pay tribute to history through words and through acts. But we also see attempts to revise history, and that is what Russia is doing. Russia is trying to justify the unjustifiable, the invasion of Ukraine. Russia uses disinformation and historical falsification to rewrite history and to justify the present, but above all, to manipulate the future. They want to turn victims into perpetrators and to justify the invasion of Ukraine as a historical inevitability. But we must be clear. Ukraine is a sovereign nation. Its people have chosen the path of freedom. Ukraine has chosen Europe and, above all, democracy. It is against falsehoods and wants to defend true history. The war against Ukraine is also an attack on truth and the values which sustain us. A Portuguese poet said that we see, we read, and we have our eyes open. We cannot ignore.
Here is Matej Tonin.
Madam President, Commissioner, it is a known fact that in the past, communists have been using a very simple modus operandi. First of all, discreditation and then liquidation. And exactly the same is being done by Putin. First, he discredited Ukraine, and then he tried to liquidate it. However, this liquidation is called liberation by him. And this liberation represents demolition, killing, and in a way, a denial of everything that was created in the past in Ukraine. Death and ruins are a synonym for Putin's liberation. Today we have to stress that social networks represent Putin's new digital weapon. It is sad that many in the West were convinced by his statement that support of Ukraine is an extension of war. Whoever believes that should be protesting in front of Russian embassies. Putin should stop this senseless war.
Speaker is Ingeborg Tellag.
Chair, dear colleagues, Commissioner, the anti-EU and the anti-Oekraïnse propaganda.
The anti-EU and anti-Ukraine propaganda is in full throttle in Russia to justify his war in Ukraine. Putin is seeking to break Ukraine. He claims that Ukraine is not a legitimate country. 92% of Ukrainians wish to be independent. They do not want to be a vassal state of Russia. This war has dragged on for some 11 years since Russia invaded Crimea. The differences could not be greater. Ukraine is not Russia. Ukraine is a democratic country with European history. Putin will not stop with Ukraine. Let's not be naive. Slava Ukraine.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Alice Teodorescu-Morve.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam President. Historical revisionism is a Russian speciality. Since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the Kremlin has systematically rewritten history books to glorify alleged victories and erase actual defeats. According to this homemade lie, Russia is a great country characterized by its victories. The fabricated claims that Russia and Ukraine are the same country, populated by the same people, sharing the same destiny, are used to deny Ukrainians their language, culture and identity. They're justifying a wrong war with wrong facts. For Ukrainians, it's not just about surviving today, but about being given the conditions to live as free Europeans tomorrow. The EU must help Ukraine to defeat Russia, and therefore it is crucial that we support Ukraine with what they need, not least long-range weapons. We must make Putin realize that he will never win, that freedom wins over oppression. Only then will he back down, because if Ukraine falls, Russian aggression will continue westward and we'll be next.
Tantar.
Köszönöm, elnök asszony, Commissioner.
President, Commissioner, thank you. The autocratic and extremist regimes often avail themselves of reinterpretation of history in order to manipulate society. And Russia has done this for some time now. Russia does this to try to further its imperialistic reach. It's not easy for Russia to achieve a victory in Ukraine, so it's now resorting to manipulation. We in Hungary also talk about politics of memory guided by the government, and we see a reinterpretation of history, something which is to the liking of the current government. So this is something that we see in Hungary. And what they are trying to do, what the government is trying to do, is to manipulate the Hungarian people. We cannot allow this falsification, and we cannot allow falsification as a weapon.
Dziękuję, Pani Przewodnicząca.
Thank you, Madam President. Today in the European Parliament, we awarded the Sakharov Prize. Sakharov was Russia's conscience, but today's Russia is not the country of Sakharov, but that of his KGB persecutors. Today we are discussing historical falsification. But it doesn't matter whether the Russians invoke the Third Rome or the Workers' Uprising or the Russian Mir. This is all for show, a fiction to cover up the most brutal imperialism that seeks to destroy Ukraine. Russia is granting itself the right to decide whether a nation can exist or not. This is no longer a matter of historical falsification. It is a matter of planned genocide, using history as a justification. Now, in these days and months, it is up to all of us in Europe to oppose this genocide. Thank you.
The next speaker is Borja Jiménez Larraz.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. The disinformation strategy that Moscow has been following in its hybrid war. It's been very clear. We saw that in the Brexit referendum. We saw that in the support for attempts at secession in Catalonia. Russia has its own war on liberal democracy. It has a systematic propaganda campaign with the aim of worsening social division, confrontation, and eroding faith in our democratic institutions. That's a constant destabilization strategy, and Ukraine is the key case there. It's a victim of an illegal, unjustified aggression. Ukraine is the victim of manipulation and disinformation from Putin's regime to turn reality on its head and try to justify the unjustifiable. We need to be effective and active in combating hybrid attacks. We need to unmask the perpetrators. Council and EU institutions need to be active in this role. Ukraine is not alone. History cannot be written yet because those who are telling lies and trying to undermine liberal democracy are currently writing.
Thank you. Pani Przewodnicząca, Panie Przewodniczący.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner. Russian disinformation is a weapon of mass destruction in today's world. It splits societies in half. We in Poland have seen attempts at disinformation with Smolensk and with the division of Polish society and Polish families. And what happened with the Smolensk tragedy. Now, we have long been subject to Russian disinformation from Lenin, from Stalin, and now from Putin. It's no surprise. It is a long-lasting strategy, one with deep roots. Russian disinformation is a danger to Europe and democracy throughout the world.
Speaker is Juan Fernando López Aguilar.
Gracias, Presidenta, Comisario.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner. We are here in Strasbourg to talk about the power of information, how disinformation can undermine our values. Well, we're seeing disinformation from Russia reach a peak. Russia has a long history of misinformation, the Holodomor famine in Ukraine, and many other examples. We have seen deep fakes, cyber ops, spreading toxic disinformation, seeking to concentrate power. This really is unprecedented. Vladimir Putin is seeking to strengthen his power in Russia. We need to counter this and arm ourselves against this. We need to fight against Russia's propaganda platforms in Europe. We also need to detain those responsible and impose sanctions on those responsible for these platforms spreading disinformation. Thank you.
Much. The next speaker is Vytenis Povilas Andriukaitis.
Thank you, President, Honourable Commissioner. I'm probably the only one in this chamber born in 1951 in the Gulag of Stalin. My parents were arrested and deported in 1941. For 17 years they lived in exile. I am a professional historian, and I can tell you that the falsification of history, the doctrine used by Putin, corresponds to the origin and meaning of all totalitarian regimes. It is only correct now to equalize it to the actions of Mussolini, fascists, of Nazis. That is the same group of dictators who employed historic falsification of history to justify their ideology. That's why the European Commission has to take all necessary measures to evaluate the fascist ideology of Putin, to equalize to the fascism in Italy and in Germany. Thank you.
Very much, and now I close the catch the eye and I give the floor to our Commissioner, Raffaele Fitto.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable members, thank you for this debate. The Global Risk Report by the World Economic Forum ranked disinformation as the second biggest risk the world would face this year. Disinformation threats pose a real risk to democracy. To counter orchestrated and programmed disinformation campaigns, we need to act on all grounds. We must be prepared to recognize the disinformation. We need critical thinking and media literacy. We have to support the work of journalists, fact-checking organizations and rapid alert systems. And we cannot take our foot off the pedal. Going forward, including with a new European Democracy Shield, to address the most severe risks to democracy in the EU. There is a clear commitment to protecting democracy at home. We must replicate this commitment in helping our neighbours too. Because as we see in the lies that Putin's regime spreads to justify starting a war in Ukraine, fighting foreign interference and information manipulation is a matter of security. And we as policymakers have a responsibility to our citizens to do what we can to protect our democracies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Die Aussprache ist hiermit geschlossen und die
Our debate is closed. The vote will be held at the next part session. The next item on our agenda is a Commission statement, the situation in Mayotte following the devastating Cyclone Chido and the need for solidarity. I'd now like to give the floor back to our Commissioner, Raffaele Fitto.
Honourable Chair, honourable members, on behalf of the Commission, I would like to express our solidarity with the people of Mayotte as they face the devastating aftermath of Cyclone Chido. This weekend, the cyclone unleashed destruction on an unthinkable scale. The earth-breaking loss of life, houses destroyed, countless people left homeless, crops ruined and livelihoods shattered, a closed airport and no electricity. Our thoughts and deepest sympathies go out to the families of the victims and to all those affected by this catastrophe. It has been 10 years since Mayotte became an outermost region of the EU, a decade marked by close cooperation and support. But this tragedy is a harsh reminder of the challenges faced by this region, the poorest and the most remote in our Union. Only a year ago, Mayotte faced a major water crisis, and it now faces yet another severe blow. Europe stands firmly with Mayotte in this painful moment. During these difficult times, it is essential that we as a Union come together to support our fellow Europeans in Mayotte and help them rebuild their homes, their lives and their future. You can count on the Commission's full support to do so. In concrete expressions of solidarity, we are ready to mobilise all available tools and funds to complement the measures being taken by France. First, we can offer immediate assistance and medium-term support to help Mayotte. Indeed, our emergency response coordinator Centre has been closely monitoring the situation from the outset. The Copernicus Emergency Management Service was activated in rapid mapping mode, using satellite imagery to track the damage and inform response efforts. Through the EU Civil Protection Mechanism, we can coordinate donations of aid in kind and deploy disaster response experts and equipment from EU member states and partner countries. This mechanism is activated at the request of the affected national authorities. We are ready to assist should France seek support via the Common Emergency Communication and Information System. In the medium term, France may seek support from the European Union Solidarity Fund if the damage exceeds 1% of Mayotte GDP. We encourage France to estimate the damage and submit a request within the 12-week window. While this fund is not designed for immediate relief and its mobilization requires approval from the European Parliament and the Council, it can nonetheless cover part of the public emergency and recovery operations. Second, we can help identify investments that can be financed under both agriculture and cohesion policy in the medium to long term. The Commission is ready to reprogram these funds to address the cyclone's consequences as quickly as possible. For example, the POSEI programme for outermost regions can be adjusted to address the cyclone's impacts. In addition, the rural development programmes and the Common Agriculture Policy strategic plans also provide measures for restoring agricultural production potential damaged by natural disasters. Honourable members, just this afternoon, this House reached an agreement on the Commission's proposal on Restore. As I said yesterday in this plenary, the events in Mayotte underline the urgent need for this instrument. I thank you for your support and continued cooperation on this proposal. Restore will allow France to use up to 10% of its 2021-2027 ERDF and ESF plus allocations for emergency response. This will lead to greater flexibility, higher pre-financing, and enhanced co-financing rates, enabling faster reallocation of ERDF and ESF plus funds for reconstruction and recovery efforts. But our action does not stop here. Third, we stand ready to support efforts to strengthen disaster risk management and build Mayotte's resilience against future large-scale disasters. We have no choice but to act on the immediate emergency, and this is why we are here. But this will never distract me from the long-term objectives of cohesion policy. It is a structural policy. And structure includes the notion of preparedness of prevention. The European Investment Bank has estimated that every euro we fail to invest in prevention and resilience will result in around 6 euros needed to repair the damages. So, this time we need to make sure that we build back better. Honourable members, Mayotte and France are not alone in facing this tragedy. The European Commission is here to help. We encourage France to request the necessary support, and we are committed to deploying these tools and funds as quickly as effectively as possible to aid Mayotte and its people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Now our first speaker is François-Xavier Bellamy.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, at this moment, as we speak, Mayotte is grappling with death on a huge scale. How many victims will this cyclone leave in its wake? We do not yet know. Since the 14th of December, many of us across the spectrum, hour after hour, have lived with the horrible news coming from the archipelago. Our thoughts are with all the victims and families who are grieving. We think of the people of Mayotte and those in mainland Europe and France who don't have any news from their relatives. We stand by you during these testing times, and we are with those who are providing frontline support. We have so much admiration for the forces of order, the nurses, those who are providing first aid. Now it is our duty to do everything we can to support them in the long term, but also today. This is a combat which unites us, a battle against time, to provide urgent medical care to those who need it. But this must be long-term support. Honourable Executive Vice President, thank you for your support. Mayotte will need this support. It will also need water, food, infrastructure. It will need to be rebuilt. This is our common duty, our common obligation to show that Europe will stand side by side with Mayotte over the long term. Mayotte has already suffered so much, but Mayotte is France and Mayotte is Europe. Some of you may have forgotten. Today, perhaps, many of our citizens are looking at this national tragedy with a distance, from a distance, but we are all involved in this tragedy. And tomorrow we will have to rebuild the archipelago so that it can face the challenges it grapples with. And as I say, it is our collective duty to be there for all the victims and for all of those who want to rebuild this island and which also wants to prepare for its future.
Thank you, Madam President. The news from Mayotte since last Saturday is appalling. Local authorities say that there may be thousands of victims. There's a risk of epidemic spreading and famine. Chido has ravished the archipelago. People are living in misery, no electricity, no running water, rationed bottles, limited food stocks, and the hospital is running dangerously low on energy. And yet Mayotte is one of the poorest regions in Europe. It is suffering since Saturday, but we have seen a failure on the part of France to share its prosperity with Mayotte. The Minister of the Interior wanted an immigration law passed before asking for European aid. The European Parliament voted through the Restore mechanism. It should help Mayotte to deal with this tragedy. We need to show compassion and honour the pledge of the European Union not to fail the region.
The next speaker is André Rouget.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, Commissioner, colleagues, last night I posted a message of support for Mayotte, and in the comments this morning I saw, "Thank you, sir. I've had no news from my parents or grandparents." This morning I also talked to Onchia Bamaba, who is a member of the National Assembly for Mayotte. Although there was very bad communications, they said to me that everything was destroyed. Rationed fuel, no electricity, no drinking water. We need water urgently. That speaks for itself, doesn't it, in terms of the tragedy in Mayotte. We'll be looking at hundreds, possibly thousands of deaths. Cyclone Chido has taken away people's homes. Thousands of people have no roof over their heads, and epidemics are threatening the population. They're cut off from the rest of the world on the island. Only an army could bring in aid, and it did that from Réunion Island. President Metsola and Commissioner Fito did say Mayotte is Europe. Thank you for those words. But there are left-wing and Renew members from France who voted against my proposal to include this on the agenda on the 15th of June 2023. I was saying that it was vital to ensure that overseas territories should have access to water. Since then, you have shown that your sectarian politics and infighting is more important than the general interest. When you protested against Wambushu and you protested against the destruction of shantytowns, those shantytowns have now been flattened by Chido. You could ask the European Commission, as we do, for solidarity funds to be used for natural disasters, and especially given the huge scale of the damage on this occasion. Mayotte will not be able to recover alone. The EU should play a full role in contributing investment for the reconstruction and a resilience plan to face future climate shocks that will no doubt be faced with. This tragedy in Mayotte is unfortunately only the latest cruel episode in a long process, abandoning them to floods of immigrants and lack of investment. This murderous historical episode, because of the negligence of politicians and successive governments, creates a gaping hole where France and the EU needs to step in to help not only Mayotte but all overseas territories.
Mes chers collègues,
dear colleagues, this evening we are concerned by the fate of the people in Mayotte, this archipelago which is some 8,000 kilometers away. But today it needs our help and solidarity. Mayotte has been visited by Cyclone Chido, which has brought great grief. There are already thousands of deaths, thousands of casualties. There will be further deaths. The infrastructure has been razed to the ground. Even before the cyclone, the infrastructure was saturated. But let's look at history. For 2 centuries, it has been part of France. And since 1972, it decided to not be part of Comoros, but to be part of France. So that was a choice. We must therefore show our French solidarity. We must show our solidarity with the people of Mayotte. And there's been a great deal of illegal immigration in Mayotte for some time now. That means the ports, the airports and the hospitals, which were supposed to be there for 200,000 people. Now this infrastructure has to cope with an extra 100,000 people. These are illegal immigrants, and we have not managed to bring this juggernaut of immigration to a halt. There's been a failure of the French state, but today action is urgently needed. The people of Mayotte are suffering. We must be there to provide our support and aid. Thank you very much to Vice President Fito. Thank you, sir, for having reacted quickly, found tools and funding to help the people of Mayotte. We must spur ourselves into action, and we must not abandon Mayotte just because it's far away from our shores and mainland Europe. And if we need to find money, then let's stop sending money to President Azali of Comoros, who treats Mayotte as a territory of Comoros and constantly insults France.
Madame la Présidente, chers collègues.
Madam President, honourable members, Vice President, there is a week doesn't go by without us discussing natural disasters here. Spain, in the past, today Mayotte. We've been discussing this devastating cyclone since yesterday. We in Renew and all French MPs are showing our sympathy with those from Mayotte. We hope that those seeking to reach their loved ones will find them. We know they are worried. We need to support Mayotte and support rescue workers deployed last week ahead of the cyclone. I know these forces. They are working in difficult conditions. They are police, military, firefighters, doctors. Last week I travelled to the island of Reunion. They were preparing for the effects of climate change, including cyclones. Europe must be present. Europe will be present. It will show solidarity. Europe will be present thanks to the mechanisms we adopted today, the Restore mechanism. Europe will be present. It will supply key maps to deploy resources on the ground. And I hope that Europe will be present because my country will draw down additional resources. We will need Europe. We need to prepare for the future. We all heard Mr. Niinistö, President Niinistö, talk about the challenges we needed to tackle. We need to stand with Mayotte. Mayotte is France, Mayotte is European. Thank you.
Marie Toussaint.
Le cyclone Chido qui a frappé
Cyclone Chido is not only a natural disaster. I can't bear to see this resignation and fatalism here. It's a social, health, political disaster. Too, there's been a long history of domination, submission and humiliation. We're just not prepared for climate disasters. They are always social disasters. In Mayotte, extreme poverty has been a vector for much greater vulnerability. Before the cyclone, a significant proportion of the population did not have access to housing, food, water. They already had cholera. They'd been abandoned by the French state and the EU. They were living in shanty towns with scant public services. The population of Mayotte just couldn't cope with Cyclone Chido. Look at the people of Mayotte in the eyes. You will see climate injustice in the face. Climate change is changing the direction of cyclones. There are more cyclones in the regions. In 2019, in Mozambique, in 2020, we should have seen the danger coming and protected the population in advance. But we didn't, because too many people just don't care about Mayotte. France and Europe have just not got used to the idea of climate risk yet. So we just have to count the victims of our lack of preparation. Yes, there's a need for massive aid. France needs to recognise the health and social emergency. We should not forget the people of Mayotte. But we must also learn the lessons and anticipate extreme climate events, strengthen civil society, deploy mobile hospitals and eradicate poverty in order to remove this vulnerability.
The next speaker is Younous Omarjee.
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur.
Madam President, Vice President, I stand here in front of you and my thoughts are with Mayotte, in full solidarity with all those who have been hit hard by Chido. It is one of the worst natural disasters in history, particularly in French and in European history. There are thousands, perhaps there are thousands of people who may have lost their lives. This is a national tragedy. In these times, we must show solidarity. I'm sure you'll agree with me. The words we say in Strasbourg will hopefully be heard in Mayotte, and hopefully our compassion will be heard as well. Our compassion for this outermost region, the poorest region of France and of all the European regions. 1 in 3 people there lives under the poverty line. 100,000 people live in makeshift housing. We must also show commitment. We must give all the European aid to Mayotte that it deserves. Europe is big, strong and united when we show solidarity with the people who have been affected by tragedy, when we show solidarity with the territories. This is an obligation that we must follow up on for Mayotte. We must do that in order to save lives and to prevent a humanitarian crisis. In order to ensure that, I say to the French government, Europe can help. Tonight in Mayotte, our fellow citizens are thirsty, they're going hungry. For that reason, the French government must ask for the activation of RescEU. It's possible because we adopted Restore this afternoon. I am coming to a conclusion now. We can now use that regulation in order to repair. I therefore call on the French authorities to submit a request to the European Union. Thank you, President Fito. Thank you, Mrs. Verheyen.
Over is a bit too much, so thank you very much. The next speaker is Paolo do Nascimento Cabral.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Executive Vice President. My solidarity and condolence to victims and families of victims following Cyclone Chido's effects on Mayotte and Mozambique, as other overseas countries and territories have noted, including in Azores. What we've seen in Mayotte is that a decentralized cohesion policy with regional authorities' involvement in design and management is very important. Unfortunately, we're seeing so many climate events of this. We've seen this right across the Azores. We can no longer say that such cyclones are the exception rather than the rule. We're seeing local economies and the future of communities, as well as people's day-to-day lives, people's housing, undermined by these events. We need to ensure that we anticipate events, and we need to ensure that we get quickly to affected communities. Executive Vice President, the Solidarity Fund also needs to be adapted to ensure that eligibility criteria and emergency situations can provide specific assistance to communities, including unpredictable and unpredicted events, not only extreme climate events of this nature. We need to show that the EU is serious about providing assistance to outermost regions. We need to build better. Thank you for your rapid intervention. Full solidarity with my...
Speaker is Marcos Rossempere.
Presidenta.
Madam President, Commissioner. It is as if a nuclear bomb had fell on Mayotte. That is how victims of the devastating Cyclone Chido describe its aftermath. This type of cyclone is one in a century. Used to be in any case, but it is becoming par for course as a result of climate change. We cannot ignore the realities and throw a spanner in the works when we try to move towards greener economy. We need to fight these natural disasters. We have the Restore mechanism now to channel rapid aid to the regions affected and the victims. We need emergency aid. The overseas regions need our full solidarity and compassion. But that is not enough. It will not be enough to draw down emergency mechanisms. This type of phenomenon is ever more frequent. We need a specific fund to show solidarity, sufficiently stocked to deal with natural disasters. We need to accelerate the green transition, prepare for this type of disaster. Lives are at stake. Thank you.
Speaker is Marie-Luce Brasier-Klein.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, colleagues, Chido has devastated Mayotte, has led people in grief, without a roof over their head, going thirsty, and more. This tragedy shows once again that our outermost regions are so vulnerable to natural disasters in a context of structural weakness. Faced with this tragic situation, the European Union must show solidarity as not a mere slogan, but a true state of affairs. EU funds will be mobilized immediately, including the ERDF, to rebuild schools, hospitals, and other infrastructure. And then we will also mobilize the ESF in order to boost economic recovery. The EU Solidarity Fund must also be activated to respond to the most pressing needs in Mayotte. But this support is admittedly crucial, but it must only go to our compatriots in Mayotte. It must not be given to projects involving immigration. There is so much immigration which Mayotte cannot deal with. This aid must be transparent and efficient in order to ensure security and dignity for the people of Mayotte. Mayotte is French and it deserves support in line with what has happened. Thank you.
The next speaker is Per Holmgren.
Tack så mycket, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam President. The disaster that has hit Mayotte is one of the worst climate-related tragedies we have seen. It has devastated the lives of those that did not cause climate change, and yet their island is being battered, their infrastructure laid to waste. We need to help them rebuild their lives, support them, but we must also remember that this is happening at a time when we have global warming of 1.5 degrees. We cannot comply with our climate targets. The earth will warm up even more. The risks will become ever higher that we see more devastating natural disasters. And of course, the innocent will be affected.
Signora Presidente.
President, Commissioner, first of all, let me express full solidarity from the Azores, where I'm from, with the people of Mayotte. They have been hit hard by the devastation of the Cyclone Chido. The outermost regions of the EU are well aware of how geography and climate affects their development possibilities. Alas, there are more and more natural disasters affecting the people. In 2019, we were affected. There was a volcanic eruption in the Canary Islands in 2022. Now we have Chido in Mayotte. These are just a few examples. Now what? Now, we are far away from the outermost regions. Despite that, we need to show full solidarity, and it needs to have a practical effect, this aid. We must urgently support Mayotte. Thank you.
Blue card. Do you accept the blue card from Mr. Tolassi? Yes, please, Mr. Tolassi.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for your statement. I have a question for my colleague about reality on the ground in Mayotte. Mayotte has struggled to develop the country properly for a reason that the left has never recognised, and that is mass immigration that has swamped Mayotte and prevented development and economic growth. There are ever more problems because of immigration. No one has dared to recognise this. We need to face facts and call a spade and recognise the problems that led to this disaster in Mayotte. Thank you.
Senhora Presidente, Senhor
President, Honourable MEP, what I think is truly important today is to all sing from the same hymn sheet. We need to recognise that there are victims of a tragedy. Let's not use this tragedy for political means. That would be potentially disrespectful. It wouldn't be a clear response to the victims of a tragedy. So many people are affected by what's happened. And now you want to bring immigration into this debate. I don't think it does justice to the people of Mayotte. No.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Mayotte ravaged, Mahmoud Zou razed to the ground, but Mayotte stands tall, standing tall thanks to our police officers, our gendarmes and our firefighters who, hand in hand, saved lives from the very first minutes after Cyclone Chido hit. Today, thanks to my fellow police officers, my comrades in the gendarmerie, the island is protected from looting and violence, yet many of them have lost everything and remain mobilised. My thoughts go out to the chief of the Mayotte police, Patrick Longuet, and his troops, including the raid, who've been applauded by the population. And yet, they're all alone. Wambushu 1, Wambushu 2. No, it's not Star Wars, but the state's only meagre response to defend its Mayotte children, despite the commitment of the courageous and valiant CRS-8 riot squad, who also lost comrades along the way. These operations were in vain because of political cowardice in the face of illegal immigration from the Comoros, which means that almost half of the island's population is of foreign origin. What about the NGOs who are left to do everything, and the judges who blocked the destruction of the Baga shantytowns? Where are they at a time when Mayotte is dying? If Mayotte remains in France today, it's only thanks to our guardian angels. And thanks to the military and the police who are giving their all despite what little is left on the island. Long live Mayotte, long live France, and long live those forces who defend our internal security in Mayotte and in our countries too.
To ask the colleagues to respect the tremendous work the interpreters are doing here in this House and speak in a speed that they really can make a perfect interpretation like we are used to. So thank you very much for respecting that. And the next speaker is Thomas Pellerin-Carlin.
Madame la Présidente. Madam President, given the horrors in Mayotte and those who are missing, given the tragedy, there are two things we can be sure of. First of all, that climate change kills people. This climate change, provoked by certain human activities, makes cyclones more powerful, like the one that just hit Mayotte. The second thing we can be sure about is that we need to make serious adaptations to climate change. So there's one simple conclusion. Given science on climate change, Stefan Algat reminds us, a well-organized society where public services are efficient and resilient, that is a society that can face up better to the climate shocks. We must construct this resilience with water, health and electricity and good public services that we need in Mayotte and elsewhere in the European Union.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Rudi Tolassi.
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Commissaire, chers collègues.
Madam Chair, President, colleagues. Well, last month there was a talk about the risks, and Mayotte was very high up on the list. Mayotte is facing a serious crisis. there are thousands of families with no homes, with no food, and faced with a serious health crisis. So what is the state doing at the moment to protect and build in Mayotte? Clearly shows the lack of responsibility. And there's also an injustice. Mayotte has structural defects, the lack of infrastructure, the lack of prevention, and the incompetence of those that govern us. Faced with this tragedy, do you finally believe that you should create a commissioner that protects the dignity of the French, forgotten by Paris, by Brussels? Mayotte does not need promises. Mayotte needs acts.
Speaker is Sergio Gonçalves for 1 minute, please.
Senhor Presidente, Senhor Vice-Presidente.
President, Vice President, Executive Vice President, first of all, I'd like to express my condolences to the families that have suffered so terribly as a result of Cyclone Chido. Unfortunately, many regions have experienced these types of disasters, like Madeira, where there were terrible fires. And unfortunately, because of climate change, these types of phenomena will be much more frequent than in the past. So the European Union will have to respond. We'll have to respond to these terrible crises, to these natural disasters, without using funds using cohesion funds, rather. Vice President, we need a permanent mechanism at the European level in the regions, deployed in the regions that have suffered from natural disasters. There has to be that access to these funds in order to help local populations.
And I will give the floor to Juan Fernando López Aguilar. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, we've talked about the reform for the regulation for national or disasters, restore. We talked about the volcano in La Palma, the fires in Madeira, and this cyclone with hundreds of victims. What are we telling everyone? If the European Union needs to have a regional policy with sufficient funds, which is agile and which can repair the devastation, it is through the ultra-peripheral regions in La Palma, in Mayotte, which is the poorest region of France. Well, this is the time when the European Union can really explain why it exists. Inter-regional solidarity. So I urge that there is an increase in the sums of money dedicated to the repair after disasters. So the European Union needs to show solidarity with those who need it most. Thank you.
We are closing catch-the-eye procedure, and I would like to take floor for the Commission to Vice President Rafael Fito. Floor is yours.
Thank you, President, honourable members. I fully share your concern and your commitment to support Mayotte and its people. Thank you for sharing your insights on the tragic situation on the ground and for your proposal on how we can address it. You can count on the Commission to mobilise all available EU tools and funds in support of Mayotte. With regard to immediate emergency relief, the EU Civil Protection Mechanism is activated upon request from the national authorities. While we cannot initiate civil protection measures unilaterally, we stand ready to act in full support of France when needed. In addition, we are fully prepared to do everything within our power to provide medium-term assistance, from helping reconstruction through the European Regional Development Fund and the EU Solidarity Fund, to supporting farmers through our agriculture funds, and helping provide for basic needs through the European Social Fund. Lastly, we are ready to contribute to efforts to enhance disaster risk management and strengthen Mayotte resilience against future large-scale disasters. I count on your cooperation and continued support in the weeks and the months ahead as we work together to rebuild a stronger and more resilient Mayotte, in a clear and tangible demonstration of our solidarity. Solidarity, which is a core value upon which our union is built. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President. Colleghi, point of order, so what? Please, Mr. Bellamy.
Monsieur le Président, je me permets ce rappel au règlement.
I'd like to, Article 20 of our internal rules, and to talk about this debate. Politics have its rights, in particular in the hemicycle. All the political groups asked for this debate. That has been questioned, which is not right. Today, the thousands of victims that we still don't know. I'm sorry that certain people are looking for guilty parties. Some on the left talk about climate change as if there haven't been cyclones before, and the far right finds other victims. And there are emergency services have been working day and night. The truth, there will be a moment to find those who are responsible. I think the duty today. Speaker interrupted.
But you don't. You touch the political issues, or right or left, or things like that, which is nothing said in the rules 20, number 20. What you said, so. Sorry about that. So, colleagues, we are closing this point in agenda. Thank you very much. Point is closed. Nākošais dienas kārtības punkts ir komisijas paziņojums sieviešu politiķu stāvoklis.
We have the Commission statement on the situation of female politicians in the EU, candidate and neighbouring countries, facing harassment and cyber violence. We're waiting for the Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. President, honourable members. As you know, gender equality and women's empowerment is a fundamental value of the European Union. And as such, it is at the core of the work that the European Commission carries out across the world, including the enlargement region in the Eastern neighbourhood. Women's participation in democratic life is a key element of a healthy democracy. And that is why it is also addressed as part of the European Commission's work, supporting gender equality in partner countries, including through policy dialogue and financial assistance. On 25 of November, we marked the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. Violence against women is one of the gravest violations of human rights, and yet it is still widespread, with women across the world continuing to endure violence of a physical, sexual, psychological, and economic nature, both online and offline. Sadly, increased visibility and participation has sometimes been accompanied by a corresponding rise in violence against women in public life. We have witnessed an increased use of derogatory terms or hate speech targeting women politicians, journalists, and human rights defenders in public discourse, including the EU candidate countries and in our eastern neighbourhood. Now, gender is increasingly used in disinformation campaigns, often generated by foreign interference and relying on the anonymity and reach provided by digital media. The impact of these attacks extends beyond the individual attacking and are affecting the broad political landscape. When women are targeted, it can discourage others from entering politics, leading to a lack of diversity and a representation in decision-making roles. And this, in turn, undermines democratic processes and hinders progress on key issues such as gender equality. Now, the situation, of course, varies by country, but such types of offences remain widespread. For instance, in Moldova, President Satu faced direct attacks of online harassment and cyberbullying in the run-up to the elections in October. There have also been instances of verbal abuse and harassment against women in the Georgian parliament, where several politicians have indeed been subject to sexist and misogynist comments. In the Western Balkans, there have been numerous cases of gender hate speech targeting women politicians, including in recent election campaigns. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, for example, the OSCE ODIHR mission report on the recent local elections noted the prominence of misogynic language and gender-specific attacks and threats in public discourse. Now, the European Commission has been actively working to address these challenges, tackling disinformation, foreign information and manipulation and interference, and supporting women in political life in candidate and neighbouring countries. Our work on gender equality and countering violence against women in partner countries is notably guided by the Council of Europe's Istanbul Convention. When it comes to enlargement, human rights and gender equality are at the heart of the accession process, as part of the so-called fundamentals for EU accession, which determine the overall pace of the negotiations. In time, negotiating countries will need to align with the EU acquis on gender equality, including the EU Directive on combating violence against women and domestic violence, which criminalises the most widespread forms of violence and produces for aggravating circumstances if the offence is committed against a public representative, a journalist, or a human rights defender. Beyond aligning and enforcing legislation in line with the EU acquis, candidate countries also need to establish institutional frameworks for the enforcement of human rights. Through our financial assistance, we support activities combating gender stereotypes and providing support to victims of gender-based violence, as well as capacity building to strengthen digital, media and information literacy and to empower civil society. Now, in this context, allow me to highlight the Gender Action Plan 3, which commits the Commission to making gender equality a cross-cutting priority of EU external action. The CAP 3 establishes the freedom for all forms of gender-based violence and equal participation and leadership. Finally, in the Western Balkans, the Reporting Diversity Network programme provided support to a regional level of CSOs to improve media messages affecting perceptions of ethnicity, religion and gender to enhance tolerance. A component of the EU for social inclusion programme is focused on increasing access to digital essential services for women and girls victims of online violence and to promote legal and policy framework which addresses digital violence. So the combination of such targeted interventions and broader cultural shifts is crucial for ensuring safe, equitable participation of women in politics across the two regions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Kolēģi, tagad vārds Eiropas Tautas partijas grupas vārdā. Zunčana Glavak kundze, 2 minūtēm, lūdzu.
Now for the EPP group, Ms. Klavak.
2 minutes. Now it's 0.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's right. Poštovani povjereniče.
Dear Commissioner, you mentioned Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Dodati i Srbiju i Kosovo i Crnu Goru.
Bosnia and Herzegovina, but I will add Kosovo, Albania and Montenegro because we find these examples in other countries. It's a fact that women in these countries are facing gender discrimination and very weak protection from online attacks. There are also women politicians are also attacked because of their appearance. For phrases like "you could go back to the kitchen" or allusions related to how they dress are often mentioned in social networks. Women politicians that publicly oppose nationalist rhetorics are facing intensive threats. Discreditation through disinformation and organized campaigns usually place false news about women politicians, saying that they are loyal to foreign interests. Also, false scandals or affairs related to their private life. They want to destroy their reputation and trust of voters. We know that there are coordinated attacks through social networks by bots and drones. But we also have to talk about other things. The patriarchal mentality, gender roles in candidate countries are usually rooted in patriarchal views. And politicians that want to oppose this are often attacked. And therefore, there are some rules against gender violence and attacks, but they are not always implemented. And in our process of enlargement, we have to take this into account.
Thank you very much. For the S&D group, Helen Fritzon has a phone.
Kommissionen. I demokratins hjärta ska hot och våld aldrig få tysta kvinnor.
Now, it's definite that women politicians, females, ought not be silenced because of violence. And let's not forget that cyber violence is something which is truly a threat to democracy, and it undermines democracy. It's a failure of democracy, furthermore. And in the European Parliament, the problem exists as well. And we have called for numerous different actions to be taken by the Commission as well to fight any form of harassment so that we can have a safer place to work in. And there has to be a zero-tolerance approach to sexism and any sort of harassment against women. Equal conditions between all men and women ought to be able to serve equally, not have to suffer any form of risk and danger, and the moment has come indefinitely for the Commission to act.
Mathilde Androuet.
Thank you. For the Patriots for Europe group, Ms. Androuet.
Franchir les frontières de l'Europe pour constater le harcèlement dont sont victimes.
Dear colleagues, my party has a candidate as President of France, one of the people who are mostly harassed about her family, by her ideas. She has death threats, and she's also being harassed by the bank and even by the European institutions. And this includes her cabinet and her assistants. This has started from her youth. For some years, she cannot possibly move around without the protection of security guards. Now, I believe that our colleague, Marie Doshi, which is also your colleague, she was harassed. Her aggressor and shook her, made her fall, and harassed her. Now, a militant lawyer, Marie Doshi, almost turned from victim to an accused. So who has spoken about Marie Doshi? Nobody. Well, you obviously stand on the side of those who are her aggressors. The fight against this type of harassment needs to be universal, and no patriots should suffer these kinds of violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For Renew, Ms. Al-Sahlani.
Thank you, President, dear Commissioner. As a woman working on gender equality, sexual and reproductive health and rights, I am too aware that political environment can be very toxic, full of harassment and hate. Today I met the Georgian parliamentarian who is also attending the debate tonight, Anna Natashvili. She spoke to me about the horrifying reality of being a woman in politics in Georgia since the democratic crackdown in the country. She told me about her female and herself colleagues of the members of the parliament. When debating the Russian law, they went to work with pepper spray in their handbags because they were worried for their own safety. Imagine going to work in a house of democracy not feeling safe. Imagine during a plenary debate your male colleagues shouting at you filthy names and calling you filthy things. Imagine security dragging you out from a meeting inside the parliament where you are elected. Of course, the people of Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine, they are fighting for Europe. The people of Georgia, Moldova, Ukraine, and the Western Balkans, they belong to our common European future, and we have to do everything to ensure that they will become part of this future. But that future means also that everyone, each and every of these countries have to fully embrace the fundamental rights that we have common. They have to also fully agree to and embrace that their accession means that everyone is equal and free, because if not, we are not free until everyone is free. Thank you.
Thank you. Nākamā runā zaļo grupas vārdā Aleksandra Gēze.
Now, for the Green Groups, Alexandra Geza, 1.5 minutes.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, around the world, women leaders face horrific levels of gender disinformation and online abuse with dramatic consequences on their freedom of expression and on democracy, on the quality of democracy as a whole. And Moldova is a case in point. President Maya Sandu was depicted as a foreigner, as a foreign agent, as too weak to lead the country, as a pro-Western agent promoting foreigners over her own citizens. And who was doing that? The top malign actors were actually agents of a foreign power, of Putin. They were pro-Putin puppets. Among them, the condemned criminal Ilan Shor stole $1 billion from the Moldovan banking system and now was funneling dark, intransparent funds back into the country to attack President Sandu. In Georgia, pictures of President Zurabishvili were even posted on a porn site. Have you ever seen that done to a male leader? This happens systematically. But why are these attacks so successful? Because social media algorithms amplify hateful content against women and incentivize fake content. It's a toxic mixture. It's a political business model that builds on misogynist stereotypes and toxic algorithms. And these toxic algorithms, we can stop them because this needs to stop and we can do it. And the DSA gives us the opportunity to do it, to change these toxic algorithms in order to reduce online violence against women and to protect our public discourse and elections at the same time. And if we do this in the European Union, it shows that it can be done everywhere, that we can have a better internet that gives everybody freedom of expression and real democracy. Let's do it. Thank you.
For the left group, Ms. Kontura, 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, in a number of different countries within the European Union and in neighboring countries, women politicians are the victims of intimidation and violence, particularly through social networks. This has become a quotidian affair for many women who have decided to serve. And according to the European Institute on Equality, 1 in 3 women politicians receives threats through the internet. It's a reality which undermines gender equality and also threatens democracy, freedom of expression, and the participation of women in public life. Attacks destroy the possibilities of women in public life, and it leads to self-censorship and simply pulling out of public life altogether. With the Istanbul Convention, we have the first European directive in order to fight gender violence online and hate speech. It's important for us to adopt the necessary regulations. The necessary implementation has to take place. Countries have to take responsibility in order to fight internet violence. And we need educational programs and campaigns at the local and international level to sensitize the public and fight sexism and stereotypes as well. We need a more austere framework to protect individuals as well from this type of harassment and forge agreements of cooperation with neighboring countries. Use everything in our toolbox in order to be able to secure a safe political environment for women. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Princi, 1.5 minutes.
Commissario, colleghi. President, Commissioner, colleagues, it is incomprehensible for our people to see that the government does not protect politicians. And these are not just words of politicians. These are the cries of Georgiana, the president who threatens her freedom. Salome Zurabishvili does not stand alone. In candidate countries, too many activists suffer defamation, violence, and threats, death threats. You can look at the figures. 4 women out of 5 politicians are victims of psychological abuse, verbal abuse. 2 out of 5 receive threats, violence, violent threats, and sexual threats. We cannot talk about a partnership if we don't look at this systemic injustice. The situation of women is not a concession which you can just defend once in a while. It's a pillar of our democracy. From Brussels down to Reggio Calabria, we need to protect our politicians, especially against those who use misogyny as an instrument. We need to give the women who suffer this harassment an applause, not just an applause. We need to make sure that these women feel protected, that a woman in politics is a reality, not simply an exception.
Thank you very much. Ms. Insia, 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, dear Commissioner, acts of gender-based violence, hate speech and disinformation are not only attacks on women. They are also direct assault on democracy. The far right and their cronies stand as central culprits in this cynical trend, and pro-Kremlin groups attack women, journalists, politicians, and anyone who supports women's rights. These acts of violence and disinformation frame feminism as a conspiracy meant to destroy traditional values. But let's say it like it is. These heinous attacks are committed by men that fear progress, gender equality, and the fall of patriarchy that has kept them all too comfortable, and obviously also women who hate women on the far right side. I had the honor of being a rapporteur for the directive on gender-based violence, which addresses this issue. We must call out the actors responsible and ensure the swift and strict implementation of this directive and intensify the work in candidate countries to align their legislations with ours. Attacks on women in politics must be seen as a gender-based violence and must be seen as an aggravated circumstance.
Victoria Ferenc,
Our next speaker is Victoria Ferenc.
Tisztelt képviselők! Elfogadhatatlan, hogy egyes uniós tagjelölt országokban a politikusokat...
In certain countries in the EU, there are politicians who are intimidated. That is what we see in Ukraine, where, with the knowledge of the authorities, and on the list of deaths, there are also women politicians who have done a lot for Transcarpathia. And we have these women on a website. Andrei Bochkor, who comes from Transcarpathia, a former MEP, is also on the list. She can't return home because, despite the fact that this website has been denounced by certain persons in the EU, certain authorities, and they have called for the removal of this intimidating content. The Ukrainian authorities haven't done anything. The EU should make sure that the sites of this type aren't accepted in the accession countries. These countries should make sure and guarantee an environment without intimidation and without any hate speech.
Our next speaker is Cynthia Nimberhu.
Thank you, sir. My group, Renew Europe, organised an action on social media recently, gathering some appalling, offensive messages against women online, politicians mainly. They were shocking. The action showed hate, sexism, and threats of violence that are going on right here in the European Union. You don't have to look outside the Union to find women politicians who are suffering abuse and harassment online. It's happening right here. Now, why aren't the people behind this being held to account? When this isn't done, we allow these people to continue and to oppress women and bully them. But when they are the people who are carrying out this violence and abuse are held to account, we take their power away. So we have to begin by making the big social media